Okay, so it looks like our team is ready to get the meeting started. Sorry, everyone, for the delays.
Now that we're all ready, we'll call this meeting to order. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at
9:34.
9:34 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person via Zoom, webinar, or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. If we could have roll call, President Hope, please proceed with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Stefan. Student Trustee Robles.
Here.
Trustee Pettis.
Here.
Trustee Oden. He's on his way. Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present. And at this time, if I could have the Pledge of Allegiance, Trustee Perez, would you lead us in that, please?
Sure thing. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Trustee Perez. At this time, we'll move into the agenda. The board meeting agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. And confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for October 18th, 2024? And I don't see any additions, corrections, or deletions, but I did see Trustee Oden come in, so if we could mark him present, that would be great. I would like to amend the agenda to include a correction to item number 16.01. The correct resolution number should be number 101824-2. Are there any other additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda stands as amended. Public comments, requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to the otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 21.01 of today's agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Trustee Stefan, we received one public comment related to agenda item number 13.02 from H.E. Quintana, and that has been added to the record. And then we also have Mary Lou Marujo here, who would like to provide a public comment related to agenda item number 13.02, amended employment agreement.
And no one that doesn't want to, that wants to speak at this time. Everybody wants to speak at that? Oh, no.
Yes, Mary Lou.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I cannot believe that the board is considering amending the interim president's contract by giving her a 5% raise and extending the end date to next summer during a time when budget cuts are being cut and employees are denied raises. If the college is so broke, how could we possibly scrape together the money to give Laura Hope two raises totaling 9% during this fiscal year? She has already announced that she does not want the permanent position as president, so why reward her? Why boost her pension? Laura Hope is using the district and only thinking of herself. It's the behavior of a narcissist. Laura Hope has been named yet again in another discrimination lawsuit. Another one. Does anyone see a pattern here? The newest suit was filed in federal district court less than 2 months ago and includes federal discrimination allegations. Several other lawsuits connected with Chafee and Hope have been settled. It seems that these may just be the tip of the iceberg. COD has been put on notice and will be liable going forward for any actions that Hope may cause here. Will a new lawsuit pop up every month until she's finally gone? How many more times is Laura Hope going to embarrass this college? To be sued for discrimination is not a good thing when you lead a school full of diverse students. We have a leader who is comfortable deceiving faculty, staff, students, trustees, and the public as long as it suits her self-interest. The interim president has not resolved significant issues facing the internal operations of the school. No number of listening sessions or happy hours with Hope can gloss over that fact. COD has taken a step backwards to Martha 2.0. I warn the community to watch, listen, and stand up for the good of our college and, most importantly, our students. Every current employee, staff, faculty, and administrators who I talk with say that morale is lower than ever and that they're ground down by Hope's incompetent leadership, and they work in an environment of fear, bullying, and retaliation. Today's board agenda item says adding 6 more months to Laura Hope's contract will offer continuity of operations. Everyone I've spoken with says her continued presence is tearing the college apart and will lead to further chaos. Trustees, you have been deceived by Laura's lies, and it's time for you to stand up for our students. I urge you not to extend Laura Hope's contract nor give her an unjustifiable pay raise.
Thank you. And the other one, is it going to be at the time of that item or at this time?
The other public comment was submitted via email and added to the record. The person is not here to read it, but it was added under 3.01.
3.01.
And then later, we will have additional public comments on items not related to the agenda.
Yes. No, I meant sometimes they want the item read at the time of the other thing. When the item comes up on the agenda. And we don't read that in normally, right? Okay, so at this time, we'll move on to public updates. It is National Cyber League recognition. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. I'd like to invite Professor Felix Marhuenda Donate, Martine Flores, and Patrick Jacobs from Applied Sciences and Business, and Mark Rizzo to join us. I'm very proud to share that the College of the Desert CIS competition team excelled at the National Cyber League competition in spring 2024, ranking 70th nationally out of 476 colleges and universities. This is a remarkable achievement that's been accomplished by our department. They work really hard to make sure that our students are not only well prepared, but highly engaged in excellence. And so we've prepared some certificates for our students, and the professors and staff are going to share some context for the competition.
And they are on their way.
Okay, you can start us then.
From right next door in the library.
They took the long way.
They did, yeah. See, we're not expected to be on this quickly, but they will be here very shortly. I just contacted them.
Okay. Maybe you could take the certificates for the students that we want to make sure that we acknowledge them. Maybe you could start by just talking a little bit about the nature of the competition while they're on their way.
I wish I could give you the best details. Unfortunately, those folks are the ones that are going to talk about that. I am the support. I'm the guy that kind of makes everybody else look good. And so
Yes, I know you do
I'm
that.
not as full of the information as these gentlemen will be when they get here.
Okay.
I promise they'll be very quickly.
Do we want to go to
Oh,
news?
this is beautiful. Thank you.
Well, we want to make sure to acknowledge the students and how well they did. I know I looked at the list, and there were only a couple of other community colleges that ranked higher than we did.
Oh, yeah.
And so we beat out a number of prestigious universities.
For the last 3 years, we've been doing that actually. And we've been doing local, state, and national competitions for cybersecurity. And we've nationally ranked 60th out of like 400 and something colleges. So that's quite an accomplishment for our area, for our group. Very proud of these kids. And they just come back every year and they do better work each time. And we get new each year. But I can talk about very quickly the new location that we've been moved to.
Great.
If that's okay.
Sure.
We have got a new home for CIS, for the CIS program. It's down in the basement of the Hill. And we are extremely happy with that new location. And we invite all of you to come down and take a look. But we have a wonderful spot now, and we are able to expand our program and do all those things that we were wanting to do in the old building, and now have the space to be able to do that. So we wanted to thank you all for that change as well, and hopefully
Here they are. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, we're Felix. I think most of you know me. And these are the kids with the CIS program. We're actually doing our competition training starts today. All right, come on in, come on in. All right. Good stuff.
You just want to know a little bit about the program?
And the competition.
I just told them about the new location.
All right, all right, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you for that spot. It's really nice. All right, we're in the basement of the Hill. If you don't know, that's the old IT lab back here, back in the day. Zerl Becker and Bina Isaac and all those fun folks were there. All right, so now it's the CIS lab, all right? And we have nice facilities. It's a great place. I really appreciate it. And today we're starting our competition. We've been training for several weeks already. We got our team leaders here, so I'm gonna let them talk for a second and then we'll get on to these things. So this is, I think, the 5th year that we've done, all right? We started during COVID with very few students and we did okay, all right, considering what it was. And this, every year we did a little better and a little better and a little better. And this last year, we finally beat Riverside, all right? So, and
That's right. It's all about that.
yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. So this year we got a great team again. We'll probably do better than we did last year, so that'll be actually kind of nice to see where we place. But every year has been increasingly better. So I'm really, really proud of what they've done. This year we have an extremely great team of leaders that have just coalesced together, and they sit there on Fridays from 10 to 2, practicing all cybersecurity stuff, all right? All the competitions, all the little tricks that they don't learn in class. So now they're better prepared to take on the workforce. So I'm gonna let them, oh, actually, let me introduce the faculty. That's why I don't see. This is Professor Flores. Go ahead. He's the one that's been leading the club since we started.
Wow.
Good morning. Very proud of these kids. Every year they come out and they spend 4 hours every Friday training for these competitions. We have the National Cyber League, which is nationwide. That's where we get our national power rankings, and we're 77th right now in the nation. So we also do the Inland Empire's Mayor's Cup and the SoCal Cyber Cup that's run by National University. We've had a couple of seconds and third places. We're trying to get to that first place, and hopefully this year we'll get to it too. Other than that, I mean, these kids are amazing. They pour their hearts into these competitions, and I'm there with them. We train every Friday, and then they start in the gymnasium, and then they do their individual competitions and the team competitions. So this is Patrick Jacobs. He's also one of the advisors.
Yes. Hello. It's a great honor to address the board today. So it's also a great honor to serve College of the Desert and the students, from the CIS Geeks to the cybersecurity competitions. So my role in the CIS department is mainly the programming, data, databases kind of side of things. And it's really interesting to see the intersection of those fields and cybersecurity. So I've been part of the competitions since they've started as well. And being able to advise the students and seeing their growth year over year has been a great honor. So thanks for having us, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Patrick.
Hello, I am the current team captain. I just want to say foremost, thank you for having us here. And thank you for giving us, the students, the opportunity to compete. It's been honestly, one of my dreams to participate in competitions and further my craft. And I think I speak for everybody that we're very grateful for this honor. And I'll bring up here my vice team captain.
Hi, I'm Tatum, the vice president of the club. We just really want to say thank you for being recognized. I know everyone behind me has put in so much work. These competitions aren't just like a day. We spend 3 days long, 72 hours on them for multiple times a semester. So yeah, it's been great. I've gotten so much opportunity from the club that I feel like I haven't received before. I was able to get like an internship through the club. With like the Ranch and Raj Rotary. I'm now working with like a lawyer in a law office, and like none of that would have been possible without the club and the advisors and the students here. So we just really want to say thank you for the recognition.
Any of you want to say anything else?
We're very proud of you.
So how are we doing this? I'm reading out the names, or do you want to do it?
So we do have the names listed on the agenda. Would you like me to read out their names? Okay. So the teams, there was College of the Desert Information Systems, CODIS, Cyber Competition Team. That included Manuel Sarcon Enimet-Yeti, and I'm sorry.
Hold on. I know India is not here, and we have a very strong dual enrollment partnership with them.
Yes.
Where their kids are, actually, some of them are Brenner's kids in here. They were here when they were doing the competition. Last year as high school students. There's a team of them that is actually doing the competitions this year too. That's a fairly big team. They'll be here at 11. So they're coming for pizza and to check out the facilities and play ping pong with us. So let's go. Let's do the names. So Ryan Zamora, are you here? No. Some of them are here, some of them are not. Some of them graduated already and they're in San Bernardino or somewhere else, right? So this is from last year's competition. Jasmine, are you here? No. Did I see? There you are. All right. Congratulations.
Brian Bustamante.
Oh, no, he told me he couldn't make it. Nicolas Sanchez? No.
Victoria Ruiz.
Uriel Gonzalez?
Juan Pablo Barranco. Did I say that right?
No, you didn't.
I didn't?
Just get his back.
Okay.
Manuel Alcocer?
Humberto Cruz.
Humberto's not here. Brian? Oh, Brian, I'm sorry. Jaimes? There you go. All right. Oh, you there?
Yeah, there are some more here.
Connor. Oh, Connor's not here. He transferred already. All right, we'll make it. We'll get Angel Gutierrez.
I'm done.
Daisy graduated.
Schedule, yeah.
All right. Andy? Oh, where's Andy? There you go. Andy's one of my geeks too. He's one of the computer repair students that we have in the program. Of course, Tatum. And this guy, Manny. I'm not gonna try. All right, folks. I think that's it. Anyone else? Wish us well. Competition or the training starts today. The competition starts next week. All right, and if it's any indication of how we've done in the past, all right, we're gonna rock it this year. So wish us well. Thank you.
Thank you very
very much, folks.
Congratulations to our students and their achievement, and thank you to the professors for all of their hard work and overtime that they put in. And I wish you the very, very best. We're all cheering for you. Just remember that, and though you can't hear us wherever you're at. Okay? Thank you. New employee appointments. President Hope, please help us introduce our newest employee appointments.
Yes, as you can see, we've been doing some hiring for some essential positions. For any of the folks who are here, if you would please stand so we can acknowledge you and recognize you as a new member of our team, or maybe just a changed member of our team. Angelica Acosta, accounting technician. Sandra Garland, Child Development Center assistant. Edward Pfeiffer, accounting specialist. Tiffany Rivera Aceves, in EDGE, outreach specialist. Enrique Saldivar, program specialist. Stacy Smith, CTE transition specialist. We also have some leadership appointments in addition to those classified professional appointments. Noel McMillan is now the director. Armando Robles is the supervisor in segmental partnerships. Walt Meyer, Director of Public Safety Academy. And Nicholas Robles is serving as the Interim Director of Educational Partnerships and Outreach. And then for faculty appointments, Antoine Clerk, Instructor in Political Science. Stephen Fuchs, Instructor also in Political Science. Robert Garcia, Philosophy Instructor. Robert Holmes is a Business Instructor in a temporary full-time classification. Heather Hubbard Peace in English. Barbara Jordan in Licensed Vocational Nursing. Edward Mahoney in English. Michael McHale, Sociology. Abraham Ramirez, Ethnic Studies. Michelle Smith, Licensed Vocational Nursing. Andrea Spencer, English, temporary, full-time. And Joseph Watford, also in English. Welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hope, and congratulations to our newest employees. Welcome to our COD family. 4.03, Proclamation, Undocumented Student Action Week. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Vice President Martinez Garcia to introduce the student speakers for the following 3 proclamations for Undocumented Student Action Week, which concludes today, National Native American Heritage Month, and Veterans and Military Families Awareness Month.
Thank you, President Hope. First, I'd like to bring up Elizabeth Tamayo. Elizabeth is an outreach specialist in our Dreamer Resource Center. She provides a lot of very, very good resources to our students. She's very supportive of them, and she advocates for our undocumented students and their families. Her work and the work of the Dreamer Resource Center is very important to our community, and I'll let her go from here.
Thank you so much, VP Garcia. My name is Elizabeth Tamayo. I am the outreach specialist for the Dreamer Resource Center. I'd like to introduce our student reader for today, Adaid, who is also our student intern for the Dreamer Resource Center and our Alas con Futuro Student Club president. He is majoring in business administration and marketing. Please introduce Adaid Elias Gonzalez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I am today the president of Alas con Futuro, and in this week we celebrated Undocumented Student Action Week, and it was a series of events that we had throughout the week. And here today we have the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and start. Whereas more than 2 million undocumented immigrants of all nationalities and backgrounds call California home, including more than 164,000 deferred action for childhood arrivals, also known as DACA recipients. And whereas California has uplifted and empowered undocumented immigrants
to seek a better life by providing access to public services and extending protections through sanctuary laws, and whereas undocumented immigrants have historically faced racism, poverty, language, and other barriers restricting access to higher education, limiting their ability to find better jobs and provide for their family. And whereas AB 540 expanded opportunities for a college education and reduced opportunity gaps for undocumented students by removing the burden of out-of-state tuition, and whereas the California community colleges are committed to serving all students, regardless of their immigration status, and providing them with their support, resources, and opportunities to pursue their educational goals. And whereas rising political tensions and antagonistic views regarding immigrants spurred the creation of the annual California Community College Undocumented Student Action Week, focus on advocating for resources to better support our undocumented students, and whereas college collective budget and legislative advocacy has led to the funding of undocumented resources centers and undocumented liaisons, the creation of the Immigration Legal Services Project, and the expansion of the AB 540 eligibility and the protection of DACA. And whereas the California community colleges must continue to combat persisting inequalities among the underserved population, develop paths that foster access, equity, and inclusion, and advocate fiercely for the necessary policies and resources. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the College of the Desert forcefully supports college access, inclusion, community, and success of undocumented students. Be it further resolved that College of the Desert urges all faculty and staff, administrators, and students to celebrate the significance of AB 540 in empowering undocumented students to pursue a college education, and be it further resolved that College of the Desert calls on the Congress to adopt comprehensive immigration and reform and provide financial resources for undocumented students through budget reconciliation. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Elizabeth and Elias Gonzalez. That was great. Proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month. President Hope.
Vice President Garcia will also introduce those speakers.
It's my pleasure to introduce to all of you someone who needs no introduction, Carlos Maldonado, who is going to introduce our student speaker, or our speaker for the National Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Vice President Martinez Garcia. It is my pleasure today to expand our knowledge of the next proclamation reader, Mr. Felipe Robles, student trustee for the Desert Community College District. Felipe is a first-generation student applying for the physical therapy program to complement a previously obtained associate's degree in kinesiology. He has spent the last 10 years working in hospitality industry to support his academic career. Currently, he serves as the chair of the Ask God Events Committee, is a student worker at the Walter N. Mark Center, serves as the Desert Community College District student trustee, and is an evening server at the Miramonte Tommy Bahama in Indian Wells. Felipe strives to build upon the legacy of sacrifice and discovery his parents started for their family by getting a little closer to their dream. Please help me welcome student trustee Robles to introduce the National Native American Heritage Month proclamation.
Hello, everybody. It is an honor to be here, as always. Nice to see friendly faces. The proclamation. So, proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas our nation is inextricably linked to the histories of the indigenous Native Americans who first inhabited this great land, and whereas their history speaks to us through the names of our cities, lakes, and rivers, and whereas California Governor Gavin Newsom issued a state proclamation declaring November as Native American Heritage Month in 2021, and whereas out of respect we hold for the original stewards of this land, College of the Desert has adopted the following land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Cahuilla people as the original stewards of the land on which we now gather. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work with the indigenous people in this place. We pay our respect to the Cahuilla people, past, present, and emerging, who have been here since time immemorial. Whereas College of the Desert celebrates Native Americans with growing community partnerships and a commitment to continue supporting the educational and overall success of our Native American students, families, and the community members. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students recognize and appreciate the many lasting and significant contributions of Native Americans. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District is proud to acknowledge the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you so much, Carlos and Felipe Robles. That was great. And now we'll have the proclamation for Veterans and Military Families Awareness Month.
And I'll go ahead and introduce to the board and ask Carrie Tate-Meyer to please come forward. Carrie serves as Director of the TRIO Veteran Student Support Services. She is married to an Army veteran and is the mother of 2 sons, one of whom is currently serving in the U.S. Navy as a missile technician on a nuclear sub, while her younger son, who is 16, is a junior in high school and attends locally. Carrie?
Thank you very much, VP Val. Good morning, President, Superintendent Hope, trustees, and members of the College of the Desert community. For those who have served the military and/or who are family members of the military, can you please rise? I am pleased to stand alongside Donnie Prince and the dedicated staff, faculty, and administrators who support our military community, whether as veterans or as family members. Today, I have the honor of introducing 3 exceptional student speakers. First, we have Itzel Solorano, the daughter of 2 Marines currently studying kinesiology. Itzel plans to transfer to Texas to pursue her education in physical therapy. Next, we have Vanessa Patricio, a U.S. Navy veteran who has served as the commanding officer and executive officer's admin. After her studies here at COD in kinesiology, Vanessa intends to become a physical therapist assistant here in the Valley. Next, and last but not least, we have Gabriel Villatoro, who served as a combat marksmanship coach and ground electronics transmission systems maintainer in the Marines, and is also studying kinesiology with the aspirations of becoming a doctor of physical therapy. With that said, we welcome the Department of the Navy, who will be speaking on behalf of our proclamation.
The Proclamation of National Veterans and Military Families Month. Whereas in 1921, an unknown World War I American soldier was buried in Arlington National Cemetery. This memorial took place on November 11th, with similar ceremonies occurring earlier in England and France, where unknown soldiers were buried, giving universal recognition to the celebrated ending of World War I, fighting at 11 a.m. November 11th, 1918, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. The day became known as Armistice Day, and whereas Armistice Day officially received its name in America in 1926 through a congressional resolution, it became a national holiday 12 years later by similar congressional action with the idealistic hope that World War I was the war to end all wars. However, a few years later, after the holiday was proclaimed, war broke out in Europe, where 16.5 million Americans took part, and 407,000 of them died in service, and more than 292 of them in battle.
Whereas, despite the first celebration using the term Veterans Day occurred in Birmingham, Alabama in 1947 on November 11th, designated as Armistice Day, in 1954, Congress passed a bill that President Eisenhower signed proclaiming November 11th as Veterans Day. And whereas National Veterans Day, or National Veterans and Family Month, has been observed in the United States since 1996 by the Armed Service YMCA, with the United States government recognizing the occasion every year as hundreds of thousands of service members are deployed overseas, and recognizing the daily sacrifices made by the active duty, Guard, and Reserve families. And
Whereas College of the Desert offers opportunities for our veterans and their families at the Veterans Resource Center to gather and connect and find educational and social services. And
whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that this is the time to thank those who have served our country in and outside the uniform. Visit war memorials with your family to educate the value of service and participate in on-campus veteran activities throughout the month of November. And now, therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares November 2024 as National Veterans and Military Families Awareness Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all faculty, staff, and students to promote and join the observances throughout the Desert Community College District, city, state, and nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that reading. That was so inspirational. At this time, we'll move into the minutes, approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of September 20th, 2024? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. What time is it now? Okay, we're going to start off with the Associated Students of College of the Desert. If we could have Kaden Olson, our ASCOD president.
No, Kaden is not here today.
Okay. And then we'll go into College of the Desert Foundation. Catherine Abbott, COD Foundation Executive Director, please step forward.
Good morning. Board of Trustees, COD student, Trustee Robles, the Vice President, and Interim Superintendent President Laura Hope. Stepping Out for College of the Desert has a new name, Stepping Out for COD, Citizens of Distinction Gala. You might be asking, who are the Citizens of Distinction? Well, if you recall, during last month's board meeting, I mentioned that there would be 2 awards presented the evening of the gala. Our first recognition is the President's Award. These honorees were selected by 3 amazing individuals: President of the Board of Trustees, Bonnie Steffen, President of the College, Laura Hope, and Chair of the Foundation, Diane Rubin. Today, our Chair-elect, Tom Minder, is here, along with our event co-chairs, Bill Chunowitz and Carol Fragan. I would like to ask some distinguished guests who are here today to join me at the podium. Please allow me to introduce Kim Johnson, Chief Nursing Officer, Desert Care Network, Tenet Health. Unfortunately, Ken Wheat, who is the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Eisenhower Health, had a last-minute commitment, so he wasn't able to join us. Chris Christensen, CEO, Desert Healthcare District. Marcy Kofi, Director of Community Partnerships, Inland Empire Health Plan. And Sheila Thornton, CEO, One Future, Coachella Valley. They are the desert's healthcare industry leaders who recently committed $2.9 million to expand and increase capacity in the nursing program at College of the Desert. Their generous investment will add 70 students to the 24-25 nursing class, cover program costs, expand the skills lab, provide student scholarships, as well as holistic support services, ensuring program completion and successful transition into the workforce. They are the industry-led coalition spearheaded by major employers who are addressing the critical nursing shortages with our homegrown talent. I asked them to come here not only so that you could meet them, recognize their incredible contribution, but also surprise them with the distinguished honor of being the first ever recipients of the Stepping Out for College of the Desert President's Award. All of you will be recognized for your incredible gift to our college and our nursing program at our event on January 16th, 2025. We can't thank you enough. You are all changing lives and providing students with the gift of an education and an extremely rewarding career. Once again, please help me congratulate our 24-25 President's Award recipients. So we'd like to get pictures with you and the presidents who selected you for this award, and then we'd like you to bring up your teams and take a picture with all of the trustees.
And we're going to take about a 10-minute recess so that we can get these pictures done, because this is very important. And we're very grateful to this group. Thank you.
We'll come down.
Let's get someone in the middle. Maybe we can have the gentleman from the other side bounce out a little bit.
We have Laura and
Get it?
Thank you for being here.
Turn on the lights.
You too, on one side?
Sorry, I'm gonna move. Is that better? Okay. Yeah. Right here, right here. All right, 1, 2, and 3. All right. Okay, so now. All right.
And Bill and Carol.
What?
Bill and Carol.
All right. Closer. Tom, I'm actually going to move you to this side. And then, can we clap? Okay. Carol?
They need to be a little closer.
Maybe put it right behind Carol.
Yeah. Yeah, rather than next to.
Hold on, let me scoot back out of there.
Kathy, we're
not
not
ready.
back yet.
We're not back, oh, I'm sorry.
The chair will call the meeting
It's
back
green.
to order.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene. So
Okay.
we can hear the rest of your report.
IT, are we ready? Okay, we're good.
Okay. One more time, I just wanted to thank everybody for indulging me a few minutes there with our partners in the healthcare industry and for also taking the time to come down from the dais and take pictures with them. So thank you, and that concludes my report.
And thank you very much for that. Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the California School Employees Association. Omar Fimbris, the CSEA president.
Good morning, Interim Superintendent, President Hope, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. Our CSEA members have had a busy month supporting our students. Even though the weather was hot and smoky, our M&O team worked hard to set up Club Rush and other fairs, events that provided our students with many opportunities and resources for career choices and transfers to four-year colleges. CSEA members have also assisted with both Pride activities and Undocumented Student Week events. And yesterday, our CSEA building captains assisted with annual shakeout drill. As president of CSEA, I want to thank all members who have helped with events and let them know that we appreciate their time and effort to make sure our students receive the best that COD has to offer. Since our last board report, we have received notice of problems with elevators on campus. Those who have been trapped include students, staff, and one CSEA member who was trapped for 3 hours because the emergency button and the elevator phone did not work. Our CSEA Safety Committee volunteers found that the last inspection of the elevators was dated August 4th, 2023. In fact, as of today, there are still only temporary notices posted in the elevators. Please do not allow one more day to go by without getting all elevators inspected and repaired. At a recent budget meeting, VP Garcia reported that he and President Hope had done an analysis to show that golden handshakes do not save money. It seems that sharing the data for this analysis was not included in the presentation. We are asking the trustees to ensure that this cost-saving information is shared with you and all three unions. We would also like to mention some of our members from our Dreamer Resource Center and other departments that participated in the Undocumented Student Action Week happening this month. This is a great opportunity to celebrating and uplifting undocumented students that are part of the College of the Desert family. We hope that the administration continues to be part of expanding educational opportunities and improving the attainment of Hispanic students. This part of my report comes from an extraordinary member whose recent experience of working on the Roadrunner Rally and an upcoming campus tour. When tasked with these projects, she reached out to leadership, faculty, and CSEA members for assistance with the best way to achieve the results needed. No one hesitated to share their knowledge and provide their assistance with the new task assigned. No one said, this isn't my job description. No one said, go ask someone else or figure it out. Instead, they all stepped up and even assured her to let them know if there was anything else she needed. This is the COD family that we all know and are proud to be part of. Let's continue to stand by each other and reach out no matter what our differences. Now, this is an updated section for CSEA report. It pertains to item 13.02 of today's agenda. Our members are questioning and concerned of the recent contract extension and pay increase of Interim President Hope. This decision appears to exemplify the troubling grab-and-go practices we've seen from some administrators as they prepare to leave the college. It is unacceptable that our interim superintendent president would be considered for a contract extension and potentially a 9% increase, while the administration's communications with faculty and staff has been that the college is in a budget crisis. Classified are currently being told over and over that the college has no money and that we must cut back on conferences, food for events, and to be prepared for possible layoffs. With that in mind, our members are questioning such pay increase and contract extension. Board of Trustees, the college community urges you to reconsider this contract extension and prioritize the needs of our students, adjuncts, faculty, and staff. Last but not least, as we count down to Election Day, it is time again to exercise our right to vote. Whether you choose to vote in person on November 5th or by mail-in ballot, CSEA is encouraging you, everyone to make their voices heard by voting. This concludes my report.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll go to College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA. Catherine Levitt, the president.
We did not receive a report this month from CODA.
Oh, we didn't. Okay. So hopefully, maybe she'll submit something later. College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA. Oceana Collins, CODFA president, has submitted a written report and attached it in the agenda. And Academic Senate, Corbin Wild, Academic Senate president.
Corbin did submit a report. It was also included in the agenda. I don't see her today here to read it, but it's been included under 6.01.
All right. Okay, thank you. And Governing Board, Student Trustee Robles.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to be here as always. This month has been incredibly busy for me. I have been improving my digital design skills thanks to the digital design program. These skills have helped me create advertisements for Instagram and events we are planning on campus. As a trustee, I was invited to attend the Coachella Valley Trailblazers event held at the Eisenhower Medical Center. Representing the college for the first time locally was a fruitful moment where I got to speak with community leaders to understand their journeys to success. I'm thankful to be able to have an opportunity to be part of these conversations. Ascot is busy planning our Spooky Spectacular event with the International Club to celebrate the fall season and completion of midterms.
Thank you so much.
That is all.
Thank you so much. That's great. Trustee Perez.
Apologies about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of exciting things happening on campus as it relates to events, celebrations, groundbreakings. A lot of positive things despite individuals trying to continue on, paths of negativity. I just want to, commend yourself, President Hope, and your cabinet for your leadership. I know folks are making your job extremely difficult. Thank you to our entire campus community as well. Full-time adjuncts, classified staff, our students, leadership, our students, our wonderful foundation. Thank you for all you do to keep painting the college and College of the Desert in a positive light. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden.
Thank you. I'd like to say congratulations to CSUSB, our San Bernardino campus in Palm Desert, for receiving the Focus on Latino Student Success Award. At one point, I was on the strategic planning committee for the college, and under Dr. Yan and Dr. Wilson, they always talked about that focus. So to see them receive this award, I think is just exceptional. And let's face it, we play a tremendous part in that because they get our students. So that's part of our success. I'm just really glad to see it. On September 22nd, I received the Peace Award from AMVETS in Palm Springs. On the 23rd, I attended the tech conference at the Palm Springs Museum on AI, and kind of freaked me out. They did a presentation on Albert Frey. And Albert was a friend of mine. He's known as the father of modern architecture. And when he started to speak, to hear his voice, like he was actually, and all this is AI generated, okay? It was unnerving to see that. But it says something about the level of technology that exists today and the collaborations from so many community leaders who want to use this to move our campus forward. It was just exciting and a little unnerving. I attended a memorial service for a good friend, Bill Beck, who was the last Marlboro man. For those you remember when he used to advertise for cigarettes, and he was an actor and producer. On October the 1st, I received a Legacy Award from the National Black Justice Coalition, the James Baldwin Award. So that was a real honor for me. On the 5th, I attended parental orientation for the winter transfer to UCR because that's where my granddaughter will be going. And on the 9th, I attended the 2x2 meeting with Desert Hot Springs, talking about some of the things that they had requested and moving some projects there for the Desert Hot Springs community, and we will continue to do so. On the 15th, I attended a board meeting with the McCallum, and the 16th, the groundbreaking ceremony for Roadrunner Motors, along with my fellow council members, trustees. It was exceptional. It is exceptional to see so many projects that we are working on moving forward and the community involvement, which is why we are a community college. So it's not just what happens here at this campus, it's what we do and how it impacts the community all around us, because they support us. That's where we get our students. So thank you, President Hope, and to all of the administrators who helped to make that day an exceptional one. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman, your report?
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. And I would like to echo many of the comments that my colleagues are making, and especially express my appreciation to staff and to President Hope on Roadrunner Motors. It was a remarkable event. So many people from the community, business partners, members of our foundation there, always at these locations supporting the initiatives that are so important to this community. In addition, and President Hope and I have discussed this before, unless you've been in her role, you can't even describe it, because at the same time accreditation is taking place and all other types of activities, and then these celebrations and then the day-to-day operations can be overwhelming. So I know that a lot of us participated in the site visit for accreditation, and I appreciate everybody's engagement with ACCJC. It's the focal point of what we need as an institution. In addition, I chair the California Indian Nations College board, and we had our visit during that same time period for candidacy to become a college, and so that was exciting. Lastly, I'd like to honor and recognize the passing of one of College of the Desert's original faculty members and early visionaries responsible for helping to shape and develop the college we have today. Dr. John Norman, the longtime music department chair who also served as division chair for 22 years. College of the Desert wasn't even completely built when Dr. Norman joined in 1962. In 1962, his salary was $8,500, a year, and on the opening day of the college, the music department consisted of a portable record player, 1 bass drum, and 3 upright pianos. Later, a grand piano was secured for $150. There were 524 day students enrolled for the first year and 2,219 evening students. In those early days, most of the student talent was raw, but as the years went by, students with more performance experience started enrolling into the music program led by Dr. Norman. By the time he retired from College of the Desert in 1999, the once fledgling music department had developed into a university-level program, much to his credit and his stewardship. Selected as Outstanding Faculty Member of the Year in 1987, Dr. Norman raised the standards of music performance in the Coachella Valley during his decades with the college, including serving as president of the Joanna Hodges Music Competition. He was beloved by his students, many of whom stayed in touch with him for decades following his retirement. In 2022, his former students hosted a going-away party as Dr. Norman relocated to be closer to his family in Central California. Dr. Norman, affectionately known as Doc by his students, passed away in May of this year. He was 96 years old, and we are better as a college and community for this service that he provided. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kinnairn. Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning. It's been busy, that's for sure. Not as busy as you all are here on campus, but I did attend the State of the City for the City of Indio, and it was great to see in their videos and comments them highlighting the Indio expansion and child care center. So I know I've mentioned a few times, I love to drive by there at night because it's clear. You can see all the students. It's just really gratifying to see our students being able to have such a beautiful space for them to learn in. I also attended the art reception here on campus, which was really good. The artists had so much knowledge and just gave a great reflection of culture and the intersection of the Western world. It was well attended. The music was great. I didn't get a chance to eat because I had to run to another event, but it smelled really good. The tacos smelled good. So the booths were really nice. I didn't get into too much trouble purchasing art because I wasn't there too long. But I do want to appreciate, as CSEA President Fimbres mentioned, I see there's a lot of activity because I see the emails and the social media, and I can imagine how busy you've all been. So thank you to everyone who's involved in not only organizing these events, but ensuring that they come to fruition. So it was very enjoyable. I'm really glad that I took the time to attend and just learn about the artist's background, his Zapotec background, and how his art is incorporated into his culture. I also want to acknowledge that I went to the Pride event at the Coachella Library, and it was really nice to see our students there. So the Pride Center was there with all of our students, and it was just nice to see that COD was present at that type of event. There was a lot of neat activities. I had already had dinner, so there was great food there, but I didn't get to partake. But it was nice to see all the performances and the rally and just everything. But more than anything, it was great to see our students out there representing the college. So thank you to all of them. I also attended the groundbreaking for the Roadrunner motors. It was really nice to see all the students out there that are excited about it. I did see that it was reported in the news, and I would be remiss if I didn't correct KESQ, who I do listen to every morning. But when they were reporting on it, they made a statement that the board was looking to move that project, and that is incorrect. For anyone who religiously watches our board meetings or really takes an interest on the board here, you all know, because it was public during a public session, that there were some memos that were kept from a previous president prior to President Hope. And there were some concerns because of those memos. One, because admin staff decided not to provide them for the prior president. And so, yes, when we saw those memos, it was discussed in open session and there were concerns. So did we ask President Garcia then to pause so we could look into what those memos said? Absolutely. But just the fact that they would make a statement like that is just disappointing to me because, again, we just continue this nonsense. There's one-sided story all the time. Look over there, and it's exhausting. But I just think it's really unfortunate that some of our local media and bloggers, can be purchased. Some of them, or the ads can be purchased, the content can be purchased, and if not, then it's incorrect. So, just to clarify, we did not decide to continue there because of political pressure. I think those of you who know me and have listened to me know that I have no problem voting how I feel that I need to vote. So I just wanted to really just clarify that, that again, the concerns were there. Did we pause? Yes. Did we look into possibilities of finding a piece of land that had more use and would be a better investment of your tax dollars and mine? Yes, we did. But at the end of the day, it didn't pan out, so we moved forward. So again, it's unfortunate that they have to make those type of comments, but it is what it is. So again, I just want to thank all the staff and students. I see all the posts from sports, all the sports teams are doing great. And I just see all the activity on campus, the club rush. You have no idea how much I wanted to be here, but unfortunately my job is pretty demanding, so I can't always get away. But just thank everyone for hanging in there while we work through some of the issues that a lot of you have brought forth, and we just appreciate your patience with us in trying to navigate all of this. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. And for my report, this has been a very, very busy month. We did have the accreditation. When I was meeting with them, they seemed very, very happy to be out here. They thought it was a beautiful campus. They thought, I always have a tendency to praise the employees that we have. We have the best faculty, we have the best adjunct, and we have the best CSEA members. Every event that we have ever had here, we've always had the support of all of our employees. And that's always been really, really critical because that shows our students that they are important. And when today, when we had the students' presentation for our cyber intelligence security, and today, that was like wonderful to hear how well we're doing with that, because we haven't been doing it that long. It's relatively new. And we're competing not just with community colleges, but with major universities. To be 77th in the nation, you think how many hundreds and thousands of colleges are out there that should be competing in that against us. I don't know how many really are, but to be 77th in the nation is really outstanding. And to be one of the top for community colleges, that is really outstanding. And then anytime I can hear that we beat Riverside, that just elates me because they're so much bigger than us. And so that just really excited me. And then our foundation, they're always working to promote our students. They're always doing their best to make sure that our students have the ability, the accessibility to move forward and to attend our college and to support our college. And I'm always so grateful. And today's little ceremony, that was just absolutely wonderful. And I'm looking forward to stepping out on January 16th. I've already got that on my calendar. I really want to be there for that. And to have our community partners to be able to recognize them, that is really wonderful, because so many times we forget they're out there and they're supporting us as well. The presidential search, I'd be remiss if I didn't say something about that. We did have our first meeting with the committee. As the chair of the committee, I'm the one that people should be turning to if they have questions. If I don't have answers, I do have a wonderful individual with human resources that I can consult with, and we have the presidential search firm that we're working with that is assisting us, and next week we'll be getting our bias training. So we should be all set to go in reviewing all of the applications for the presidential search, and everything seems to be on target at this point. Okay, and I will try to keep you posted. But please remember that we can't share any information. Everything is confidential. So if you do have questions, please let me know. I will, if we are able to answer your questions, we will answer your questions. We'll try to keep you abreast of things. But if it's something that is confidential, we cannot talk about it, okay? And everybody on the committee knows that they're supposed to direct them to me, and that for questions, if anybody does have questions or concerns, and that also everything is confidential. I was also in attendance at the State of the City of Indio. I don't usually take off for that, but I was so glad I did this time, because, you know, we've had a few ribbon cuttings over there in Indio, and yes, our pictures were up there for everybody that attended the event to see, and I was so elated about that. That was just wonderful. I also attended the Palm Desert City Council meeting. I believe that was a week ago now. And COD had done a presentation on what will be happening on this campus, as well as some of our other groundbreakings that we've got coming up. And then, yes, this last Wednesday was the Roadrunner Motors groundbreaking. And I'll tell you, I got out there early. I saw how hard our college community, our in-house individuals, our employees were working, setting that up, getting everything ready, making sure that it was absolutely gorgeous. And the first things out of my mouth when I got to the microphone were, this is like a dream come true. And it really was, because on one side of me, on my left, there was a big billboard that said summer of 2026, that we would have the ribbon cutting. And behind me, off to the right, was a beautiful picture of what was going to be there in 3D the next time we show up in the summer of 2026. And I hope everyone will be back for that when we do the ribbon cutting there. And that will be a really glorious event. So I want to thank everyone for all their hard work. We do have, as trustees, we do get little notice things up here to remind us of things. There's going to be a groundbreaking Thursday, November 14th, 2024. That's coming up this next month at 3 p.m. in Palm Springs campus, groundbreaking. So I hope everyone will be at that. That is supposed to be a very festive event, and I don't want to take anything away from the president in case she wanted to say something about that as well. But I hope to see everybody at that as well. So thank you all so very much for all of your hard work. And now if I could have the Superintendent President Hope, please give her report.
Thank you so much, Chair Stefan. I want to thank the members of the governing board for so much attendance and engagement this month. I know we've asked you to participate in a lot of things, and both accreditation and our city engagement, as well as our groundbreaking, are really important events, and I always appreciate having as many of you there as can be. I also want to congratulate Trustee Oden on his awards. I didn't know about those awards, Trustee Oden, but congratulations. They're well-deserved. I wanted to note that I also attended the Palm Springs Technology, Art, and Culture event with Trustee Oden, and it was indeed freaky. But also super inspiring to see where technology is taking us. And we are poised to partner with the area on different ways that College of the Desert can play a role in the future training, engagement, and education around technology, arts, and culture. I also wanted to mention the site visit, which several of the trustees have mentioned with ACCJC, which occurred at the end of September, and clarify that one of the things that I heard from the commission is that we were successful in addressing the core inquiry as it related to total cost of ownership. So that will not be part of their findings, so that's great news. Big thanks to Vice President Garcia for his assistance with that. Also, we got recognition that we need to keep going and maintain momentum on our board policy and administrative procedure review process, which happens through our EPPC committee as well as College Planning Council. I want to thank Jacob Knapp, our general counsel, and Irene Morales for her work on getting us on track with a systematic approach to BP and AP updates. They did reiterate core inquiry concerns they had as it relates to the board, but we won't know anything more specific than that until January when the commission makes its action final. I also had an opportunity this month to meet with Caden Olson and Felipe Robles. We meet on a monthly basis. We met to set some goals for this year, and so I'm excited to work with both of them. Very appreciative of their energetic and enthusiastic participation in college governance and how freely they share their opinions and their insights with me and with the college. Also participated in the Palm Springs Unified School District State of the District Legislative Breakfast on October 1st, and we brought the dual enrollment team with us. So very glad to have them. We're doing a lot of dual enrollment in Palm Springs Unified and Desert Hot Springs. And so really happy to be part of that event. Our team also attended, as Trustee Oden mentioned, a 2x2 with the City of Desert Hot Springs, where we also discussed the amplification of our dual enrollment and future work-based learning and transfer level education in that city. We're very committed partners to them to ensure that their community has what they need. State of the City, as was mentioned, was terrific. It's really exciting to see our work featured prominently with our city partners. I also want to acknowledge that on October 3rd, I attended a Growing Inland Achievement event in which our Basic Needs Center was awarded with the Toward a Shared Vision Award. Jocelyn Vargas accepted the award on our behalf for our engagement with College Core, which is an amazing amount of work for our team, but it also provides students with scholarships and work-based learning. And our students get so much out of that program, and I was incredibly proud to represent COD at that event. I also want to recognize Amanda Phillips and her work with College Core, as well as Lisbeth Hurtado Vizcarra. I also was part of kicking off our learning series with Jobs for the Future. We have a number of sessions occurring on AI, on holistic student support. We had a lot of participation from both faculty and classified professionals. Really want to appreciate their participation because anytime we learn together, we're better. Chair Bonnie Steffen mentioned that we gave a presentation, Vice President Garcia and I, to the City of Palm Desert to update them around our capital projects here on campus, and they're very excited to hear about it. Thank you for the praise for Roadrunner Motors, which was a great event. I need to give a shout out to Nicholas Robles and his team, Isabella and Dottie, who carried most of the water for that event and made it really special and momentous. Yesterday, we had a Roadrunner rally on campus, and I'm glad that you all recognize how much student engagement we're trying to build, and students are hungry for that kind of community and engagement. So thank you to Vice President Martinez Garcia for the Roadrunner rally. And then yesterday, I was in Westwood at UCLA participating on a panel with a representative from UC, CSU, and Stanford. I was representing the community college on the future of teaching and learning at a conference that was sponsored by the governor's office. So that was a great event, and it really highlighted some of the things that occurred at the event related to technology, arts, and culture. So I also want to comment on Trustee Oden's granddaughter. Her success is also our success, not just our UCR. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll move into the consent agenda. All items on consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent agenda items?
Yes, Madam Chair. 10.071, it's the Milson construction change order. And also 10.08, the third item under that, JMI Consultants. It's the NDO campus expansion project.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Trustee Kinnaman. Anyone else? Nope, seeing none. Thank you, trustees. If there are no objections to removing item 10.071 from the, and item 10.08, number 3, from the consent agenda for separate consideration. Are there any objections? Seeing none or hearing none, these items are removed from the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second to adopt the consent agenda as amended. If we could have a roll call vote, President Hope.
Yes, ma'am. Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, at this time, we'll move now into new action items. And 12.01, the first item that was pulled from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Do I have a motion to approve the former 10.071 that is now 12.01?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And for discussion, could you address your reason for pulling?
Yes, I only had a couple questions. On here, it denotes that the funding source includes Measure CC funds. And the question was, is any of this money, $88,000, coming from the $700,000 committed to the West Valley campus?
No, it's not.
Okay, so the budget at West Valley is still $405 million.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
0.7.
Yeah, 0.7, okay.
Anything else? Anyone else have any questions, concerns? Thank you. Seeing there's no further discussion, could we have a roll call vote? President Hope.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And that brings us to the former 10.08, number 3, which is now item 12.02. Do I have a motion to approve the new 12.02?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Dr. Kinnaman, could you please?
Yes, it's the same question. Are those funds I guess they're in the existing budget already and they're not coming from the West
Yes,
Valley?
they are currently coming out of the existing budget, out of the NDO expansion.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us to action item 13.01. Our first section regards the Board of Trustees. 13.01 is Resolution 101824-1. The board's subcommittee recommends that the Board of Trustees review the written recommendations from the board's special legal counsel, Hensley Law Group, HLG, and adopt the written recommendations from HLG, including adopting the proposed resolution amending resolution number 042623-1, removing the portions of the resolution that directed that a comprehensive forensic audit of all construction and consultants contracts for the last 5 to 8 years, and replace those sections with a more limited scope consistent with the direction given by the board regarding the above recommendations. Consistent with the written recommendation from HLG, direct HLG to review all relevant contract documentation regarding 2 public works construction contracts identified in the attached staff report, including bidding, change orders, and proof of payment of prevailing wage documentation for compliance with public contract and prevailing wage law. Consistent with the written recommendation from HLG, direct HLG to review all relevant documentation related to the consultants' agreements identified in the attached staff report to determine if there are any not going to be able to say this one today, irregularities regarding the contracts or the quality of reports or conclusions. Inconsistent with the written recommendations from HLG, direct HLG to not pursue an investigation of potential Brown Act violations from 2021 and 2022, or alternatively take other appropriate action. Consistent with the written recommendation from HLG, direct HLG to not pursue an investigation of potential alleged conflicts of interest in the Coachella property acquisition process, or alternatively, take other appropriate action. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 101824-1 and the board subcommittee's recommendations as presented?
I'll move.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. At this time, I'd like to hand it over to our special counsel, Elizabeth Calciano and Mark Hensley from the Hensley Law Group, to provide additional context. Here they are on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Stefan and trustees. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us today. I am Elizabeth Calciano, and Mark Hensley, the head of our firm, is also with me today. As you know, we are here because the board adopted a resolution calling for a comprehensive forensic audit of all public work contracts going back 5 to 8 years, the investigation of all consultant contracts going back 5 to 8 years, investigation of the IT system, and other actions. That resolution listed a number of other concerns, including the appropriateness of expenditures on development of certain campuses and facilities, the Palm Springs West Valley campus pause, and the Roadrunners Motors project pause. Given the extensive nature of these directives, our firm was directed to interview each trustee in February 2024 and return to the board with a report and recommendations for the board to consider to focus the forensic audits on areas of specific concern. So before going into the substance of the report, I want to explain the attachments to the agenda report to orient you. The first document is the report itself that we prepared for the board meeting in August when this matter was continued. The second is the proposed resolutions for today, which I will explain later. The next 3 documents are merely for your reference. The first is the April 26, 2023 restated resolution and the February 15th, 2024 resolution amending the April 26, 2023 resolutions. Finally, the 5th document attached is probably the most useful because it's a red line, as requested, I believe, by board member Kinnaman at the August meeting. It's a red line that shows the changes. To do this, we had to combine the February and the April resolutions into a sort of a composite document so that You could see which changes were being made to this one, and we redlined the changes that are proposed today into that fifth document so you could see what changes are proposed. Okay, going back to the interviews. Through the interviews, we learned that the trustees had a number of concerns. Some of these were contract concerns and some of them were not really contract concerns. We have a number of recommendations, but of course, these are only recommendations. We defer to the board to direct what the board wants investigated. So there were 800 contracts in all, about 400 public construction related contracts and about 400 just strictly consultants contracts over the last 8 years. So when we spoke to each of the trustees, only 6 of these contracts did the trustees have any specific concerns with. And there were also a number of other concerns that were not related to contracts. So we don't really feel that the forensic audit is targeted to best address the concerns that the board has. So we're recommending against a comprehensive forensic audit of all these 800 agreements, and instead are recommending that we focus on those 6 agreements that were raised as potentially a concern by the various board members. Okay, so specifically, there were 2 Desert Isles Inc. construction contracts, one 2022 agreement for the Applied Science Canopy Project, and also a $387,000 project for Coachella Chelsea property tenant improvements on April 21st, 2023. There were also 4 other contracts. One of them was the Don Burrs consulting contract. Another was bond legal counsel David Kaznoka. There were also concerns about a consultant who did a feasibility study on the West Valley campus for prior President Martha Garcia, and architects' contracts for the West Valley campus as far back as 2016. Some trustees raised other issues that they want investigated to satisfy what they are concerned about, the public being the public concerns. These concerns were
So it looks like this is on her end. We're not having any connection issues here.
Mark, are you able to continue?
Yes, so the other concerns related to alleged Brown Act violations occurring back in 2021 and 2022, and some conflict of interest concerns relating to Coachella property acquisition process, and our recommendation on those is to not pursue those matters because we don't think it's likely that it'll be very expensive to analyze those, and any statute of limitations for if there was any wrongdoing, which we don't have any real evidence of, any statute of limitations would have passed, and these really would have been more appropriately have been addressed by the district attorney, and turned over to the district attorney at that time. So we just don't see the efficacy at this point of looking into those matters. But with that said, the board can direct it to be done, and we determine whether there's any evidence or documents out there to support these concerns. So with that, that would conclude our report. I apologize for the technical problems we just had there.
Okay, thank you. And now for discussion from the board. Is there any discussion? We'll start over Trustee Perez. You're on the committee, so I'll start with the committee.
Yeah, I was on the committee, so I guess I might as well start it off. This was a very, I think, long process. It took us a couple of years to finish out, and I think our attorneys did a really good job. They were really patient with us in scheduling the meetings and making sure that, all the information that they acquired was legitimate and something that we can move forward on and something that's feasible. So I'm recommending that, we adopt a resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
Oh, wait, we have a motion on the table. We're in discussion. I just wanted to,
Did he not make a motion?
no, we already have a motion prior to our having the report from the law group. I'm sorry. This is the discussion. So Trustee Gonzalez, I was going to let you go because you're also on the committee for discussion, okay? Oh, okay. Okay, I was going to go start with the committee. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Trustee
Is
Kinnaman?
it my turn? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have quite a bit here. The recommendation says that it's the board subcommittee's recommendation. Yet there are several items that were brought forward that the two on the subcommittee were potentially needed to recuse themselves from. So is the recommendation coming from the subcommittee or is it coming from the auditing firm?
Well, our office developed the recommendations. We met with, and went over these with the board president and general counsel, and we also had a meeting with the subcommittee and went over these. So these were all discussed, and our office we support these recommendations, and so does the subcommittee, is my understanding.
So you're making the recommendations, because there are a couple of items in here, and I'll just say it's the last two items on the agenda for today. And they do deal with potential alleged conflicts of interest in the Coachella property acquisition process. And we do know that members of the subcommittee were involved in that process. And so it's interesting to me that that's one that's being recommended not to be pursued. And we are also aware that it's documented that there were other elected officials from the city of Coachella and the county that were involved in that process. And so is a recommendation coming from the forensic auditing firm for us not to pursue those, or is it coming from the subcommittee who are also party to these, looking at these properties?
Well, I guess you're assuming things that we don't necessarily have the evidence of. So you're assuming that some of these subcommittee members have conflicts or conflicts of interest that we don't have evidence of that. So
that's what I thought the forensic audit would find. So are we putting the cart before the horse here by not looking at something?
You can, as we explained in the staff report, it's the board decision whether it wants to look into those matters or not. We feel that'll be quite expensive. We have not been provided with any actual evidence that there were conflicts of interest. There's allegations, but we've not been presented with any actual evidence of conflicts of interest. The next part of the process, if the board wants to pursue that, would be to be looking for actual evidence of conflicts of interest, recognizing at this point in time that the likelihood of anything being done over that is pretty close to zero because of the time that's gone by and the fact that any actions that were taken didn't result in any, from what we can tell based on the allegations, that there was no result that benefited any board members. But again, as we said, these are just recommendations. The board these will be expensive to look into, and so it's a board decision whether they want to pursue these or not.
So I'll just close. I think it's hard for this board to reconcile that board members on the subcommittee were engaged in well-documented activities to move millions of taxpayer dollars to projects that weren't approved or publicly vetted. And I don't know how this board explains that the subcommittee members did not disclose that they should recuse themselves in these specific matters, which keeps a cloud over this process and this audit. That concludes my statement.
Yeah, I'm going to go back over here.
Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Odin?
think it's very interesting that in the report that you talk about what this would cost us. And not only what it would cost us, but there appears to be not enough really evidence to pursue it that you would make that recommendation. Am I correct?
Yes, we think it'd be quite expensive, and we heard allegations, but we do not have any actual evidence in our, that's been provided to us. We've heard the allegations, but again, finding the evidence that would support those allegations, we think will be very time-consuming and expensive.
So what you're...
And we're not saying that, in fact, that evidence exists. We do not know.
So what you're saying to us is that if we want to pay for it, you'll do whatever we ask.
We will professionally look into it and see if there's any evidence to support these allegations and try to do that as efficiently as possible, if the board wants us to do that. Our recommendation is not to pursue that, but it's the board's decision.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd starred one statement in here, and it's towards the end of the report, right before your request for direction. It says, "We have additional details on the allegations and concerns expressed above. We could provide these details in a separate memorandum to the board under attorney-client privilege, if that would be helpful in providing our office or district staff with direction." I thought that was interesting that you denoted providing something that was privileged to the board, and it implies that you do have information.
It states that we have information that's been provided us by board members, but having information and having evidence are not the same things.
Okay.
We have allegations and we have statements by board members, but we do not have beyond that evidence of any wrongdoing.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Anything else?
Madam Chair. Oh, no, if you go first, because
I'm sorry.
spoken.
I thought that was a no. Go ahead.
I will take it. I just, for me, a lot of this, so yes, there's a lot of questions, I think, from a lot of us. I would be in favor of going ham, but just based on the situation that we're in financially. That's the reason why I also am willing to take a step back, because I also have a lot of concerns. I mean, we had the Palm Springs Development Project that was paused forever, yet there's multiple contracts that were given to people, and people were being paid, not part of the design team or anything like that, to consult on a project that wasn't even moving forward for that long. So there's a lot. I mean, if we really want to get into this tit for tat kind of a thing, how the subcommittee benefits from Coachella. I don't own any property in Coachella, so I don't know what Trustee Kinnaman is referring to, but stirring the pot, and we're kind of used to that already. And the other thing is, just the fact, Trustee Kinnaman, that you would actually say that there's proof that we tried to move dollars that way. Where? Where were we going to move $500 million anywhere? That's just you in your mind that, comes up with these things, but...
There's a couple of reports that the staff have, and also where...
Bring them.
Trustee Perez toured sites, and you're aware of the sites. One of your board members where you serve owns one of the sites. So there's a lot of information out there that's well documented.
Well, that's like me saying, hold on, Ron. That's like me saying that a person who owns the original property you were going to build Palm Springs on is funding two candidates here on the dais and your husband running the campaign for one of them. So, really, we're going to get into this, whole thing. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to talk about conflict and ethics and things like that, I think we're going to be here for a minute. And I don't think this is beneficial and fruitful. Yeah. But if you want to go all in, if you all as a board want to go all in and spend millions, then we will do that and we will look at everything. Because me personally, I have absolutely no fear of anything that would even remotely come close to me. So, you know, I just need to say that because enough is enough with a lot of this. Our attorney.
Chair Stefan, if I may, just want to remind the board for Brown Act purposes that we have a specific agenda item with specific recommendations from our outside special counsel. So certainly a lot of these conversations are germane, but the question before the board as it relates to the agenda is the scope of the potential forensic audit, the resolution that's before the board, and the recommendations from the special counsel's office and the subcommittee. So just a reminder to the board.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this action item and only this action item?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Look, I think that there are a lot of rumors out there. We've paid counsel to make a recommendation to us, and they've told us that based upon what they see, that these are the recommendations that they are making. I think that since we are paying them to assist us, that the direction is important. And the words of Trustee Perez resonate with me. He said, move on. And I think that's really what we need to do is move on. Just move on. If there's something there, it'll all come out in the wash.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what is left remaining being recommended to be reviewed seems pretty minute and compared to what's not being recommended. So my question would be, why even move forward with any of it if we're cherry picking the things that are not of big significance?
Madam Chair, I think his prerogative is to vote no.
We all have that prerogative.
Exactly.
Of course, yeah. It's a choice.
Does anybody else have anything that they could add to the discussion other than how people are going to vote? Nope, seeing none. I'm going to ask that we take a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
No.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, we'll go on to the 13.02 amended employment agreement for interim superintendent at its regular scheduled meeting on October 15th, 2023. The Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District approved the employment agreement for the interim superintendent president. The board approved timeline for the permanent superintendent president search indicates that the district's new permanent superintendent president will not be selected until the spring of 2025. The interim superintendent president, Laura Hope's interim employment agreement currently terminates on December 31st, 2024. In order to ensure continuity of operations in the spring of 2025 semester and effectively transition the new permanent superintendent president once selected, the board chair is recommending the approval of the proposed amended interim employment agreement for the current interim superintendent president as presented. The proposed amendment to interim superintendent president Laura Hope's employment agreement, if adopted, would extend interim superintendent president Laura Hope's interim employment term through June 30th, 2025, with an annual salary during the extension period of January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025 of $387,666 or $60, excuse me. Compensation is prorated if assessment is less than 12 months. All other terms and conditions in the existing interim superintendent president employment agreement remain unchanged and in full force and effect. Do I have a motion to approve 13.02 as presented?
Chair Stephan, I would like to make a motion that it be postponed until the December Board of Trustee meeting.
Is there a second for postponement? Seeing none, it will fail due to a lack of a second. So do I have a motion to approve 13.02 as presented?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. And discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, as chair, I think we gave you the authority. You're claiming that, you're saying that this is your recommendation. Do you mind just giving the public a little breakdown of your rationale behind the board's thought process here as why you think that?
The rationale is that within 2 months, our President Superintendent Laura Hope's interim term will expire. At that time, we will be without someone in that position. We will just be having concluded the presidential search committee's portion of the presidential search. It roughly takes approximately 3 more months to make the selection, and then the contract needs to be signed with the new incoming president. Hopefully we have one that we find within that 3 month, or that we finalize within that time period. When that happens, they may not assume the position until the end of the school year. You know, most people do not just up and leave in March and assume a new position. So to be prudent, we are requesting that our current interim president remain for the next 6 months until such time that we can get the new presidential searches completely concluded. We've signed a contract, we have somebody coming on board, and we can have a start date, and that there can be some assistance in, once that person comes to the campus, so that they know where things are and there isn't that lag and that misstep of not knowing what's really going on campus. It's to keep the continuity going and the momentum going. We've got a lot of things in the fire right now. We have the groundbreaking in November. We have another groundbreaking for the stadium. I didn't say that in my report, did I? Oh, I did, okay. In December, and then we have a lot of things coming up next year. We have the accreditation actually coming up in January. None of us know the outcome of the election either. There are 3 board members that may or may not be here. So we don't know what is coming up in that interim thing, and that could be detrimental to the college to have a lack of continuity there. So that's why I'm making this recommendation, that we try to keep the momentum going that we've got, that we keep things on a positive footing so that things don't just stop because things are not in place. So that was my recommendation.
That makes sense to me. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, I'm having a deja vu back to November 2022 when we were in an election cycle, and I came and spoke to the board because they were extending the president's contract, and yet the election hadn't concluded, and that's why I was suggesting we do December, because we don't know who's going to be on this board. There are 3 trustees that are up for election now that are, all 3 are being contested. And the individual sitting at the board, out of fairness to the president and to the public interest and any trustee that gets elected to the board, I believe they deserve to have their voice from this dais in making that decision. And I said that in November 2022, so I've got to be consistent and say that this time as well. We're in the middle of an election. We don't know what this board's going to look like. We only have 1 employee, and that's the superintendent president. And so I think it's our responsibility to make sure that people that are on the dais make that decision And that's why I think December is when we should be doing it.
It's a great thing that they're going to have a decision as who's going to be the permanent president. I think that's awesome. Can we pull up the dollar amount, IT?
While IT is pulling up the dollar amount, Madam Chair, I want to commend you for your explanation and for your thoughtfulness, and because I know there's question, I know we have, some constraints that are coming, so there was some concerns, but I want to thank you because although you are up for re-election, as am I, you are still doing what is right and what is proper. So you're putting the college before your election, and I just want to compliment you and commend you for that, because that takes courage. So I'm proud of you, Bonnie.
Thank you. I didn't do it for any political reason or.
Thank
for
you.
anything else.
That's my point
Thinking of the
exactly.
best of what's best for the college at this point in time and what's best for our students. And that's the sole purpose of
What's the
my,
actual salary?
Right here, sorry.
it's,
Blind? Oh, okay. $355,000. Did you pull it up? Yeah.
Apparently it's incorrect, so they're,
yeah, that, it's in here.
but for the purpose of that the public is watching, I think we need to present factual information.
Yeah. Because it is, let me read to you what it is in our document. I believe that's the correct one. $387,660.
Okay. That amount is significantly less than our two previous superintendents. I think that's about $10,000 less than Dr. Garcia. And then
About 200,000.
my colleague here on the board in his previous life, the board gave him $507,000 and change. Something like that. I think it's a small price.
I think you're about,
There's an article in the Desert
I
Sun.
think you're over 100,000, but beyond where I was at. But
Neither here nor there. I think the point still stands. Let's call the question, I think.
Is there anything else that anyone like to add to the discussion? Trustee Oden?
Yes. I think that for those who are saying we should not extend the contract, it would be irresponsible for us not to extend the contract. And not just because of the current issues, but if let's say we get a new president and that new president, he or she will want to talk to the vice presidents, but they will also gain a lot of knowledge from the insight of the interim. So that's not going to change regardless of who's in this seat. So that's all I wanted to say.
Anyone else have anything they want to contribute to the discussion?
Student trustee.
Student trustee, I'm
Robles.
sorry.
Chair Stefan, I just want to say thank you for that explanation as well, kind of repeating what Perez said. I believe that establishing a plan now for the future of the college, whoever it may be, is significant for establishing that smooth transition that's essential in any business. So after hearing your comments, I appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, President Hope?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Abstaining.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And that brings us down to action for human resources. This is 14.01, public employment. This is the deans. Before we take action on this item, President Hope, could you please provide us with some context?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Stefan. Vice President Martinez Garcia and I have been working together to try to realign some of the assignments in student services. And to that end, we have two people that we are recommending who have gone through the process, and I'd like to ask Vice President Martinez Garcia to give the board some context about both of these individuals.
Thank you, President Hope. The first individual I'd like to speak about real quickly is Carlos Maldonado. We are recommending that he move into the position of Interim Dean of Student Support Services. Carlos has a very extensive background in student services. He is quite the leader, I would say, amongst all the leadership in student services. We're very proud of the work he does every day. So we'd like to recommend him. Secondly, we'd like to recommend Dr. Maria Ayon as the Dean of Enrollment Services. Maria comes to us from Arizona. She is the child of Mexican immigrants from Sinaloa, Michoacan. She's very, very much a student advocate. We're very proud of to be bringing her before you today because of the extensive student support service background that she has and her willingness to reach out and really advocate for students.
Need a motion?
This recommended action will approve the following employment agreements, commencing on the listed dates with salary placement on the leadership salary schedule, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees. Dean of Enrollment Services commencing November 4th, 2024 through June 30th, 2026 at range 11, column 10, for an annual salary of $197,208. I believe it's just 14 cents. Is that correct? There seems to be a typo. Okay. And then the Interim Dean Student Support Services commencing October 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 at range 11, column 10, for an annual salary of $197,208. And again, I assume it's 14 cents. We have an extra 4 in there. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.01 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I see none. We'll have a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you get a second?
Yes, I have a second. Yes, any discussion?
And here,
No? Okay. Then roll call vote. President Hope?
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And the 14.02 is a tentative agreement between the Desert Community College District and the College of the Desert Faculty Association. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.02 as presented?
So moved.
Is there any discussion?
You need a second, ma'am.
Oh, wait,
Second.
second, I'm sorry. I skipped that, huh? And then any discussion? Seeing none, President Hope, a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate both teams, the Desert Community College District and the College of the Desert Faculty Association teams, for their hard work and commitment in reaching these agreements. Your dedication strengthens our community and paves the way for continued success. And that brings us to action of administrative services, 15.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve the 2023-2024 budget revisions as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And 15.02, notice of intent to award. This is bid number 43-98P-0500-ASF to the lowest qualified bids for general contracting services for the athletic stadium and fields, ASF project. Do I have a motion to approve 15.02 as presented?
Move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm really, 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 really excited for this project.
And we're all looking forward to that.
Students are too.
Shoveling.
I'll add a really to his release date.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, roll call vote, President Hope.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Really? Trustee Oden.
Didn't see that coming, right?
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
For trustee Perez, aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Really, A.
Trustee Stefan.
Yes, aye.
Motion really carries.
That's good. It was unanimous too. Okay, and now we're down to action for instruction. We're at 16.01. This is resolution number 101824-2 to authorize designated personnel to sign California Department of Education documents related to the continued funding application for the California State Preschool Program contract for fiscal year 2025-26. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.01 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
This is another one that I'm really, really, really excited for. So yes.
Is there any further discussion? And if we could have a roll call vote, President Hope.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
For those preschoolers that will be coming to our college 20 years or 18 years in the future, actually, it'll be less than that probably. I will vote aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And then for information items, Board of Trustees, the administrative, 17.01, Administrative Procedure 2410, Board Policies and Administrative Procedures, AP 2410, is presented as information and no action is required from the board. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none. Good. And 17.02, October 2024, Capital Projects Report. This is per resolution number 012122-3. The Capital Projects Report was included in today's agenda as information, and no action is required from the board. Are there any questions from the board?
No questions, but just glad that we're continuing to move forward.
Okay, and we always have someone available should there be questions, just so that you know. And 17.03, legislative update. President Hope, can you please introduce this informational item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. I'd like to call Jacob Knapp, the District General Counsel, to provide the board with an update on the most recent legislative session, highlighting relevant bills that were signed or vetoed by the governor.
Good morning, members of the board. Thanks again. I promise I won't go on for too terribly long here, but I did want to take an opportunity to sort of close the loop. We did something new for the board this year. We've talked a little bit more about the legislative process, and we're providing some legislative updates throughout the session. The legislative session is now concluded, so we wanted to kind of close the loop on some of the bills that we've been looking at, that we've discussed here with the board before, and also just a refresher for the board and for the public in our college community about the legislative process, because it really does have impacts, significant impacts on the work that we do here. So brief reminder, I will not go into my whole schoolhouse rock, how does a bill become a law again, but just a reminder, a bill is introduced in one of the houses, the Senate or the Assembly here in California, goes through committee hearings. Most of our bills would go to the either Assembly or Senate Ed Committee, is voted out of those to the full floor, then gets bounced over to the other house for similar process, committee hearings, floor action, and then ultimately, a bill, if it makes it through the process, goes to the governor. And the governor has the ability to either sign the bill into law or veto. This is the part of the process that we haven't had an opportunity to discuss yet, just because of the timing this year. So it's an important time for us to just check in, because on September 30th, Governor Newsom finished signing or vetoing the bills that made it to his desk. This year, the governor vetoed about 18% of the nearly 1,000 bills that were passed in the final days of the legislative session. There's always a rush right at the end of the bills that are coming out of the sausage-making machine, and they make it to the governor's desk. And so overall, the veto rate was about 16% for bills that made it to the governor this year. It's actually very similar to the last 2 years, where the governor's veto rate was approximately 15%. So a tick higher on the veto, but pretty close. Generally speaking, if you're not aware, typically if the governor vetoes a bill, he will issue a statement along with the veto, sort of explaining the reasoning, for better or for worse. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but it's put out there. So with that, we're going to really quickly walk through some of the bills that we have discussed previously at our meetings, including, well, you can see some of them didn't make it through the legislative process, some were vetoed by the governor, some were signed. We'll talk about each of these in turn. So we had AB 1818. We talked about this earlier this year, I think in May or thereabouts. This is the bill that would have allowed for students to sleep in cars in parking lots on community college campuses. Ultimately, what happened with this bill, it was amended in committee to make it a pilot program, to test it out. But ultimately, this bill and the Community College League had an opposed stance on this bill. Ultimately, this bill never made it to the governor's desk. This bill didn't meet the bill deadline and didn't pass out of Senate approps. So just an example of how the process works, and sometimes bills can make it through one house and sort of die along the way. This bill has the little red X in the top corner to designate it as not law. It didn't make it through the process. There's another bill that did not make it through the process. This is AB 359. We talked about this one at length at a prior meeting. This had a lot of changes potentially to dual enrollment CCAP programs, changing some of the statutory requirements. Ultimately, the governor vetoed this bill and stated in his veto statement that while he supports the author's goal of expanding access and removing barriers to dual enrollment opportunities, this bill creates significant general fund costs that are not reflected in the state's current fiscal plan. I have some ellipses there because that's where he begins to talk about his fiscal plan. It's sort of standardized language in a lot of veto statements when it's budgetary reasons. It's important to remain disciplined when considering bills that have a significant fiscal cost. So this bill made it through the legislative process, was vetoed by the governor. But there was another bill, SB 1244, also related to CCAPs, that did make it through the process and was signed into law by the governor, will be effective on January 1st. This bill, slightly narrower scope, but it authorizes community college districts to enter into CCAP agreements with K-12 districts that are outside of the community college district's service area. If the community college district serving that service area has declined a request from a K-12 district to provide dual enrollment opportunities, CCAP opportunities within that district. So really this is a bit of a sea change. We'll see how much it actually impacts things practically and in real life, but ultimately it's just more evidence that we need to be responsive to our K-12 partners that we have here in the Valley to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the K-12 districts, because they could ultimately, under this new authorization, try to find other partners if we're not willing, but at the same time, it's an opportunity. If there are other districts that are not willing to provide opportunities in other areas, we now have the statutory authority to engage with other districts under certain circumstances. So just wanted to raise this to your attention. AB 2715, this is a Brown Act item. And this one relates to cybersecurity threats. In essence, there was already under the closed session authority, we can only go into closed session for certain categories of items. There was already existing law allowed for boards to go into closed session to discuss public threats to essential public services. This bill just clarifies that section of the Brown Act to make it very clear that that includes cybersecurity threats for closed session discussions. Again, went through the process, signed by the governor, will be effective on January 1st. This bill, AB 2277, was vetoed by the governor after making it through the legislative process. This bill would have required community college districts to increase the maximum amount of instructional hours that a part-time faculty member could teach from the current range of 60 to 67% of a full-time equivalent load to up to 80 to 85%. The governor's veto statement provided that this was not a surprise. There are two bills that had made it through the process in two prior legislative sessions that were nearly identical, and the governor had vetoed both of those. So the governor essentially said, I've vetoed this bill before, and because of the costs and fiscal implications that are not included in the budget. So this bill was vetoed by the governor. And this one makes me very sad. SB 895, this is a bill that we were all very excited about at COD and across the state with the community college system. This is the BSN pilot program, would have established a Bachelor of Science in Nursing pilot program for a specified number of community college districts. It did make it through the legislative process. Both houses and the governor vetoed this bill. And in his, I'm quoting his veto statement at length here. On to the next slide, because I want us all to sort of see where the governor came from and his perspective on the veto, because I do think that this will come up again. So the governor said that he appreciates the author's commitment to expanding access to baccalaureate nursing degree programs for community college students. The 24 budget included $60 million per year for the next couple of years for Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure Grant Program, which can be used to develop or expand Bachelor of Science in Nursing partnerships with higher education institutions. He continued, these types of partnerships have proven successful in expanding BSN access for community college students and increasing the number of BSN degree recipients. All segments of higher education should continue to focus on building these programs together, and I am concerned this bill could inadvertently undermine that collaboration. Additionally, in recent years, both community colleges and the CSU have been provided with expanded authority to offer independent programs. Given these major changes, we're going to take a pause. So that was the governor's veto statement. Very disappointing. I am still on the lookout so that I can let the governor know my personal thoughts on this veto, but it's too late. So, and that was just, again, a quick recap, just to both talk about the process again, including the governor's role at the end of the legislative session with vetoes and some of the bills we've talked about. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but again, we're gearing up for the next session now, and so I'll be bringing more informational items to the board as requested or as interested, and we'll continue to monitor what's happening in Sacramento.
Are there any questions from the board on any of these?
I don't guess so much, not so much a question, but I followed 2277 pretty closely and was waiting to see what would happen with that. I think that there are things institutionally that we perhaps need to look at that are maybe barriers to hiring the right people for your institution that we need to look at before, because it's coming. It's coming. If not that one, another one very similar, because they keep refining it. It's been there before. But I'm really disappointed about the BSN program. And that one will be back too, but I think, well, we're gonna have to address the need in California for more nurses. So it'll be back.
Anyone else?
No questions on mine, just thank you, Jake. I think it's a really neat presentation that you started doing. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate
Very
that.
beneficial.
Thank you so much, Jake, for that.
Thank you.
It's really great. Yep. If I have one more wish, it would be that we would expand the board's involvement with our legislators. I know, they don't have the time, but it's very, very important. Now we'll be moving on to some informational items. I just want to finish the informational items, and then we're going to have to take a break so that our IT team can get their lunch within a semi-reasonable lunch time period. Okay, so there's only a few items here. So Moving on, now we'll be moving on to informational items. There is no action required for the board on any of the following agenda items. They are in your packet. Information, Human Resources, 1801 CSEA MOU, Trio Secretary. 18.02 CSEA MOU, Maintenance Assistant Hours. Information for Administrative Services, 19.01 2023-2024 CCFS 311 Annual Financial and Budget Report. 19.02 Auxiliary Services Financial Reports. 19.03 Investment Report. Are there any questions from the board on any of these informational items, 18.01 to 19.03? Seeing none, we're going to move on with the agenda, and as I said, we're going to take our break now, which means, I don't know if the board would like to have a working closed session. I see thumbs up on one side from one individual, a working closed session.
Working lunch.
Is that okay, acceptable? Yes. How about this side again? Yes, this side, yes, okay. So with no objection, the board is going to go into closed session, and when we reconvene after closed session, it will be a working closed session for us. When we reconvene, we will have our study session on the nursing update and our public comments from the public and our future agenda items, and then as well as our report out from the closed session, and then our adjournment. So we are now in recess for lunch and closed session. I expect to see the board in 10 minutes in closed session.
Can you hear me now? Okay, all right, yeah, we are ready to reconvene, so are you good, Steve? Okay, we're live again.
The board will now reconvene to open session. There is no report of action taken in closed session. And I was supposed to say what time. What time is it? 1:10, we reconvene. Okay, at this time, we're going to go back on the agenda to our study session. This is a study session regarding the nursing update. President Hope, will you please introduce the study session?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. This item is being brought to the board at the request of Trustee Gonzalez, who wanted an update on our nursing program, which is well-known in the Valley. And given the presentation that we had today during the foundation update, it's apropos that we also inform the board of the additions and the expanded access that we have in nursing. So I'd like to introduce Interim Vice President Burrell to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, President Hope. Madam Chair, President Hope, members of the audience, I'd like to invite Sarah Fry, Director of Nursing and Allied Health, who will provide you with an overview and presentation. And I just want to say that Sarah has been an incredible leader here in the Valley, and we're so incredibly lucky for her leadership in this effort.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, Madam Chair, and President Hope. Thank you for having me here today to talk about multiple initiatives that are going around surrounding the RN expansion. I first wanted to highlight how many programs we have in nursing and allied health. There's a lot of talk of nursing, but there are a lot of programs that we have and a lot of students here on campus. So why is this even a thing? Why are there so many initiatives? I want to give you a little bit of background. On the left side of your screen, you're going to see regional Inland Empire Desert data for RNs specifically. And you'll see here between the annual awards and the annual job openings, we still have a deficit of approximately 600 nurses going into the workforce each year. This does not take into account the increasing population in Coachella Valley and the increasing aging population in Coachella Valley, and of course, aging means more healthcare needs. And there is an increased turnover of nurses in the post-pandemic world. On the right here, you will see just COD's applications over the last year. So you'll see that we have a very high number of applications and eligible applicants. But in fall 23, spring 24, our acceptance rate was only approximately 30 to 35%. You'll see, as we're presenting, we've expanded access, and now we are at about 45% acceptance right now. So on the outside in our community here, we also have industry leaders that are concerned about the workforce crisis going on. And this isn't just a Coachella Valley crisis, this is statewide, nationwide. There is a large shortage of RNs. So the healthcare leadership, workforce leadership roundtable came together. They are industry partners that are feeling the crunch, and they came together to address the overall healthcare talent pipeline. So I do want to bring attention to the fact that they are addressing the pipeline of all healthcare professionals and workforce. But specifically today, regarding the nurses, they wanted to develop a co-investment structure to increase capacity, enrollment, and graduates entering the workforce. So the roundtable consists of executive leaders from Eisenhower Health, IEHP, Desert Care Network, Desert Healthcare Foundation, and One Future Coachella Valley. So when they were looking to increase capacity of enrollment, they said, well, who should we go to partner with? And of course, they came to COD, because we have been educating the nurses of Coachella Valley since 1962. Also, why wouldn't they when you look at our outcomes? Our NCLEX pass rate, which is the test to get licensure, is at a 94% this year and has been over 90% for the last 5 or so years. Our on-time completion of our program, meaning it takes them 2 years, is 85%. And job placement within 6 months of graduation is at 95%. I also want to highlight that the 6-month graduation mark and job placement, 87% of those graduates stay and work in Coachella Valley. That's really important to us because we want to educate nurses that are going to provide care for our community. So, some of the challenges, if we knew that we needed nurses, why haven't we grown? Well, there have been some challenges. Funding, nursing's an expensive major. Sorry, I've always had expensive taste now. Also, faculty, we have a very high student to teacher ratio because of safety concerns in the clinical setting. Speaking of clinical settings, all of our students beginning their first semester go into the hospitals and care for patients. And that clinical space is at a premium. Everybody's vying for that space. And then classroom lab space here on campus, physical space was a challenge. Healthcare Leadership Roundtable came together and said, what can we do together as a team that would be more difficult or we can't do apart? So they said, what would it take for an additional cohort of 35 students each semester, and adding that to our current 35, so a 70 per semester, and a total of 200 graduates per year beginning in May of 2026. So make sure you come to that pinning ceremony in May of 2026, see our largest cohort. And they said, okay, well, we need $2.9 million. And as you saw today, we had a very generous donation from the roundtable of $2.9 million. In addition to that funding for faculty, instructional and supportive, student resources so that we're not increasing what the students have to bear, student scholarships, lab expansion, and support staff, but it also came with a clinical space commitment. I hope that you had a chance to see. We had a press release on August 27th in our new lab with our roundtable leaders and students joining us. Wanted to take a moment and talk about the lab expansion. That was a big part, and the funding from IEHP specifically funded this lab expansion. As you heard from Felix earlier, we did move into room B8, so thank you, CIS department. Not that they had a choice, but also, this was a computer lab classroom in May when all the students left. And we had to wait until July before things started arriving. So July and August, the people on this list came together and renovated an entire classroom into a healthcare lab facility, and we welcome you to come see it. It's beautiful. My nursing lab specialists, Ryan and Andres, they did a lot of heavy lifting. Mark Blowski and his team in M&O. Mary Suarez, our simulation lab coordinator, and my administrative assistant, Vincent Gandrion, entered a lot of PRs. So the team came together and we have a wonderful lab, and it was funny, I was giving a tour and we're still, putting the little bows and whistles on everything, and the faculty came through and they said, who gets to work in here? So we're really excited about it. I said this was going to be about the multiple initiatives because it gets a little muddy when there's so many people trying to expand nursing. So let me get into a few of the others. The K through 16 collaborative grant with One Future, us, Cal State, and UCR is, there's a lot of criteria and a lot of goals in that grant. Specifically dealing with nursing, we're offering prerequisite courses to our LVN program. Through dual enrollment. So the Health Academy students at these high schools are taking all of the prereqs for our LVN program. They're going to graduate high school and be eligible to come into our LVN program, which is a 1-year program, and then they can enter the workforce as licensed vocational nurses. The HRTP grant and the district helped us remodel our simulation lab. When you grow people, you have to grow infrastructure as well, and that included our simulation lab. So we doubled the space, and we are very grateful for that, and again, welcome you to come see it. It's beautiful. It's being used well too. And then finally, the Chancellor's Office, ADN Expansion Project. So this is still being unveiled and unraveling as we speak, but we have been accepted into the first cohort of nursing programs. There are 12 in California. I do want to shout out to our region because we are the highest represented region in the state with 3 schools, RCC, COD, and Mount San Jacinto. So what this is going to come with is a grant opportunity, and this is the $60 million that has been mentioned in the budget presentations and earlier with the legislative updates. So this will be a grant for $2 million a year for 5 years, as long as we're focusing in on health equities, immersive technology, and incumbent workers. And so as we're looking at infrastructure and growth, we do have to mention that our growth is outpacing our physical space. We accommodate 450 unduplicated nursing students, and we have over 1,000 health science majors on campus. I would be remiss if I did not give a shout out to our full-time faculty here on the left. Every year we attend a regional curriculum retreat, and then on the right, our leadership and staff team. And the K-16 grant and the roundtable, Amy Kaufman from One Future Coachella Valley has been my buddy and daily meeting person, so thank you to her as well. I have, I'm so sorry, I only left 12 seconds for questions.
I don't have any questions, but thank you. Just so excited for the possibilities. And thank you so much, because I know how much effort this all takes and work. So I just want to thank everyone, the whole team, for this. I can't wait. I can just see this growing more and more. And be fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could you tell us a little bit about the CHWs and the program?
Are you referring to the concurrent enrollment programs with the Cal States?
Community health workers.
Oh, the community health worker. Thank you very much. Yes. And that is one of the criteria in our K-16 grant. And so the community health workers is an emerging role that we're seeing more and more of, and it is now reimbursed by Medicare, so we're going to see an increase of them. We do have a certificate, but we were one of the first colleges to have it before the state had requirements for it. The state just came down in January with new requirements for that, and our program is now going through the curriculum process to add those new requirements. So we do offer it, and we are updating it to meet the regulations.
If I can add to Trustee Oden, you asked the question, you know, one of the things that we've been talking about in the health fields that we have is we want to make sure we're creating enough different access points for students. Some of them are very short term, some of them are intensive and long term, like our RN program, because not all of our students can commit to 2 years before they have to start feeding their families and taking care of other people and themselves. And so we're trying to create scaffolded options and also make sure that all of our students who are interested in healthcare have lots of opportunities to explore rather than thinking singularly of nursing. Because we sometimes have students say, oh, I didn't like blood and urine. So now I'm gonna go into PTA instead, right? But they would have done those anatomy, physio prereqs, and we can get them on a different path rather than having them have wasted their time. So that's why it's so important that the healthcare pathways work together, and they work together really well. Both Michelle and Sarah, obviously unparalleled leaders in this space, and I really want to thank them both for everything they've done.
Thank you.
And do we work with any of the surveying organizations on healthcare disparities within the community?
I believe that both HCI and we have a local, thank you, HARC. I was thinking Horizon, but that's informatics. Yes, the HARC data is absolutely something that we take into account when we're looking at curriculum and program development.
But do they coordinate with us specifically?
No, I think it's a valley-wide effort, so no, we do not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, except that all of our numbers are reported to the state, including our awards and our graduate numbers, so in that respect, yes. Sorry, I feel like I didn't answer your question. We can talk after. Okay. Thank you. He wants you to turn your mic on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to thank you very, very much. Now you can hear me, huh? Okay.
Thank you very
I don't
much.
have to talk as loud. Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you. Okay, now we have public comments. Requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedures 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. And Irene, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, we do, Trustee Stefan. So we received a few public comments. In the agenda, there were 2 written public comments that were included in the record, received from Carolyn S. Johnson. And then we also received a request from Professor Martin James. However, I don't see him here in the audience. And then we also received a request to address the board from Mary Lou Marujo, a member of the public who is here in the audience.
Okay, if you'll come to the microphone, please, Mary Lou Marujo.
Mary Lou, could you turn on your mic, please?
Push.
Good,
Thank you. Just a quick rebuttal to something that B. Gonzalez said earlier during her reports, which, since she likes facts. You were commenting about how KSQ was wrong and that you guys were trying to move the Roadrunners motors after Martha came on board. That is exactly what you guys try to do. And the ones who tried to push that were Aurora, you, and B, Aurora, Ruben, and Martha. Not only did we have some other properties that they were looking into, 2 of them I recall were next door to I-10 in Indio. And you even had 2 CSEA employees, I'm sorry, not CSEA, classified employees that went out to these prospective properties to inspect them. So yeah, you did. So KSQ was not wrong in the reporting. Cathedral City even had a rally when you guys were talking about moving the motors from Cathedral City. So they were not wrong in their reporting. Regarding the contract that you just approved, you commented about other presidents that have received more salary. They were permanent employees. This is an interim. Not only were they permanent employees, one of them was here for 10 years. So you're comparing apples to oranges. And in the past, you all know that we have had interim presidents come on board while we were waiting. We surely could have done that at this time because you have capable administrators who could step in as interim president, which we've done many times, therefore saving the the college more money. So I hope now that you will turn around and give faculty and classified staff a 9% pay increase in their pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from the public? Irene?
No, Trustee Stefan, that was all the public comment requests that we received.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, we'll move into future agenda items. We'll start with Student Trustee Robles.
I have none at this moment.
Okay. Trustee Perez.
None at this time.
Trustee Oden.
Yes, I'd like an update on the elevator situation. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a question about that, Chair Stephanie? Sure. So would you like me to send a memo to the board or wait until the next board meeting? I assume you want that sooner or later than later.
Well, you can send out the memo, but at least I think we want to address it in the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Understood, thank you.
for the public, in case they have to come here and take an elevator.
Okay.
Well, I'm terrified.
Okay. Trustee Kinnaman.
The only update I would like to have is some type of comprehensive compensation update for all classifications, and also whether or not our leadership members got the Me Too.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
If members of leadership got the Me Too increases like they typically do.
Okay. Next, Trustee Gonzalez.
None for me, but I think with what Trustee Kinnaman is asking, I think it would be good to maybe do like a 3-year comparison, with salaries. I just always think it's good to kind of give a whole full picture of something. That way, the public and ourselves can make informed decisions. And I still want to say, even though it's not a future agenda item, did we look at properties? I never said we didn't, but it was never the plan to move. Again, it was a very public thing. There were some issues with the property that we are building on. So I stand by what I said. And, the public is always welcome to come and voice their opinions as well.
We need to move on. And closed session, we've already had that. So now it is time for adjournment. If there are no objections, I will now adjourn the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 1:32.
Recording stopped.